Yo, good morning. What is up, everybody? It's post gym day, which means that I'm extremely sore, but the light that shines is gentle on the face. Yeah, I don't know. I guess it's just good lighting today. What's up, everybody? My name's Alckemy. We are getting ready to get into a tuna. We're going to make some beats. I just wrote down a riff, and we're going to try to go off of that. That was something that I think I'm going to try to start doing more often, is like not necessarily starting with a melody, but starting with some kind of riff, and that way it's a little bit more interesting. That way I don't have to fish around. But I have learned some stuff about snares that I am not going to teach you, but I'm going to show you some cool shit. Show is different than teach, I guess, but man, I have unlocked the chi snare, right? The chi snare. What, you're over here? The chi snare, yes. Not to be confused with cheese, but I say that, but you know what I mean. You can't recreate somebody else's stuff. But I found some really cool tricks that I'm quite happy with. So with that, let's go ahead and hop into the DAW. We're at 90 BPM today. I'm doing something a little bit different to break up the monotony of 85. And we're going to just kind of do everything from scratch other than this little melody that I wrote. I'm going to break that later and swing it and do cool stuff. But for now, we're going to hop into this and get into some kick production. Let's get this kick going. This kickaroonie. No matter what I do, I am always trying to get better at drums. And that's why I do these from scratch every single time. It's not because I'm afraid that I'm going to lose them. It's because I want to get better and figure out how to make like better stuff. So one key thing about these is really just trying to figure out like what mechanics do what and how does the effects change the timbre or like the pitch or really like anything about it, like whatever is a significant modulation, I guess, to try to use different vocabulary than saying the same thing 3 times. So yeah, kicks are relatively simple. I have master classes on how I make these kinds of drums and stuff, so I'm not going to talk through too much of it. But basically, when it comes to kicks, just get a fat ass sine wave and crush it, and then you have a good day. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to grab one of these guys. And I need one of these guys. For some reason, Faceplant does that. I hope they fix that in an update. I should probably update this at some point. We are going to grab ourselves a nice little saturator, maybe. Now we've got a big chonker. We can grab some Foley or a kick or something else to kind of give it some texture. So I'll just pull up something from Discord Holiday Pack. We got a new pack, by the way. It's for free if you guys go on the Discord. Link in the description. If it's broken, then let me know and I'll fix it. Yeah, so that's got a little bit more meat to it now. But we want this to be relatively short. I'm gonna move that over there, sorry. And now we will give this one more texture. So one thing that I'm going to start doing a little different is I think that I'm not going to do mid-side EQing on drums anymore until I have a full kit. So instead of doing like a kick and then a snare and having those have like two different textures and stuff, I think I'm going to try to put them in the same texture. I'll still use convolution reverb on them, but for mid-side stuff, I don't think it's that big of a deal. Because what I found was that I was making really cool stuff on the sides, but it wasn't translating to mono, because that's what mid-side does, right? So I'd rather do texture through kicks that's going to actually kind of come out and come through. And then when it's time to widen things out, I'll be a little bit more deliberate with what I end up putting on the sides. I don't know, maybe if I do something cool and I'm like doing something super hi-fi or whatever, then I could change that. But I think as of now, that's probably like a more intentional way to do things, I guess. I'm gonna record that. Just because that sounds so cool. Yeah, sick. So I'll do something else with that later, but you know, if you find something cool, sometimes you want to, you know, just record it for later or something. Maybe some easier Foley, something that's a little bit shorter. Oh, that might be cool. Nice. Hey Dextro, how are you, bro? Alright, I'm just gonna grab another kick. Wasting my life at work. I'm sorry, dude. I know how that be. Okay, there we go. Now I'm just gonna take out the low information on this. Sometimes like when you're searching through convolution stuff and you're throwing anything in there, it could be, you just never know, so. Let's tune this down. That's pretty sick. Ooh, I like that. I'm good, man. I'm so sore. I went to the gym yesterday and just trained my heart out. But that's good. And I got a skill back that I haven't landed in a few months. And I've really just been working on making tunes, and then secondly, just trying to, I guess we'll use this as a jump off point for getting into a snare or something, but what's a fifth of D? D, B. Yeah, really just trying to obtain some fitness goals, I guess. But other than that, things are good, man. I can't really complain. Okay, I'm gonna set this up now. I'm gonna do another one here that is gonna be like in 25-ish. All right, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, then we're going to duplicate. Nice, that's awesome. I have to do some fitness. Go soon and just quit vaping because my lungs turned to glue. Oh man, I'm sorry to hear about that. So does vaping like also apply to smoking marijuana, or is that just with like nicotine and stuff? Or is vaping still considered to be tobacco, or is it just pure nicotine? Not sure. I did the nicotine. Yeah. I believe in you, man. I know how hard that shit is, though. I've got family that I've lost to lung cancer and stuff from smoking. Oh, it's not even real nicotine, it's fake? Oh shit. Okay, well that makes more sense. That's crazy and really sad. I think the one should do repair with time. I believe in you, bro. Stick with it. Remember that relapse is part of recovery. You got this. Yeah, that's, I don't know. I mean, fucking snares, man. Snares in phase plant is wonderful. So, yeah, the main trick that I started changing though within this stuff is actually, for one, the convolver and how I texture the snares now to get something metallic, and then also like what makes the snare like actually pop, because like that sounds good and like explosive to me, but we're gonna make it sound better here in a second. And you're like, when I first said that, I was like, how can I make this sound man in the streets, huh? Walking around, bro. No, it's like it's a play on like, you know, lady in the streets, but a freak in the sheets, but instead it's man in the streets, but a freak with the beats. I don't know. I thought it was funny. Maybe it's not very tasteful, but I didn't know. Yeah, that's, yeah. I don't know. I thought it was funny. If it's not funny, I can change the title. I'm not out to offend anybody, but Okay, this is perfect. That makes it even more funny. Fair. We're gonna try to dip this just a little bit because it's a little sharp. And then I figured out how to get like an actual decent reverb tail for drums. And what you do is you turn the decay all the way down, you turn the size down, and then you turn the dampen in the early like almost all the way up, and that'll give you like a nice room verb. So this is a little bit too long, but if we turn this up a little bit more. That sounds pretty good. So with this, now we've got a nice little texture over our snare. But now what we're going to do is we're going to grab a frequency shifter and pitch this up. And that's your fucking snare. The last thing that we're going to do is we are going to clip it. I am so proud of myself for how I have been, like what I have, what I have learned with drum production and stuff. And most of that, like, I attribute to Cage and Chi. But the thing is that nobody makes drums inside a faceplant like I do. Look at that, dude. That's a fucking snare. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry if I'm coming off as crass, but that's my own pat to my back. If you don't like my snares, then that's totally fine. But let's get a clap going. And LFO. Nice snares you got there. Thank you. Thank you for the validation. I appreciate that. So one trick that I've learned with claps is that if you kind of have like this rising thing here, it actually makes it sound pretty darn good. So like it kind of comes up like that. We're going to do one of these guys. And then we're going to do one of these guys. I'm going to do some noise. Noise. Hey Alex, it's good, bro. Do an envelope here where we smack this one as well. $109. that's not what I wanted. Now we're going to grab some folioli. Just something with some texture. I've been using this Foley stuff that I made with the Discord sample pack 3 just because there's a lot of variation in it and it works. Like something like this would probably be good. And so if we set all of these to have a little bit longer of a delay. So what is this at? 109. So if we give this like 50 seconds of delay, we give this 159-ish, then we kind of just mess around with these like this, then we can usually end up getting something pretty cool. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to move these over here. And then we can kind of just high pass this. Now, I don't like that. I don't like that sound. There's something that I'm forgetting. Didn't I make a really sick clap recently? I don't remember if I saved it or not. No, I'm gonna pull up this other track because I didn't save it, but I do want to look at what I did. Clappa-wappa. Nice. Glue. Let's see what all of these are. There was something that I did specifically that I was like, oh, this is it. Come on, dude. I don't have that many plugins. How are you guys? What's going on? Good Lord. I don't think it's gonna... Okay. Jesus. That took so long. That's a snare. This is a stick hit. This is another snare. Oh, I forgot that. Okay. Yeah. That sounds awesome. Yeah, so I think this was the thing that I forgot. And part of that too is from the Foley that I used. But yeah, okay. If I turn this off though, what does this sound like? Okay, I'm on the right track. Let me save this as clap blueprint. All right. No. I was like, what the fuck? Filter. Yeah, see that kind of gives it a nice little wash. All right, sick. So now that we have that, we can layer it with something. Foley from phone. I need to get rid of that. Let's try bathwater. Bro, what the fuck? Kamank. Okay. I'm down. Let's put some stuff on it. Make it sound like other stuff. Maybe some chorus would be good. And then I want to see what would happen if we put a gate on this. Not a gate, sorry. Frequency shifter. I like both. Both sound pretty good. Maybe we can do a variation of this, because that might be kind of cool. So different, maybe just even just a different sample. That's cool. That 30 was that sweet spot. And something else that I can do as well as a cool little hack is I can grab a delay and set the mix to 100%, turn the feedback down, and then I can set this to delay at like 50 or 60 milliseconds. So that way you can cheat code it. But I'm going to probably slice EQ this again just because. Group these guys. Okay, let's get into some bass design. Wait. Yeah. I'll use XO for percussion. It's crazy how like I used to think of this as like, you know, a frequency spectrum, but it's really not. You really want to try to just stay within these guys here. And that should do the trick. So, how about that? Let's go ahead and get one of these guys in here. And what I'm going to do on this one is I'm going to set this to sub. Did I save that already? No, I didn't. That's fine. But what I'm going to do is create a sub out of this. Filter. Oh my god. That sounds so cool. Hey Sepia, how are you? Okay, so we're gonna take this off and turn the LFO off and set the mix onto this guy. And relabel this as sub. I'm good. Alright, so now we'll do the neural processor. This sounds cool, but like when it goes through the other processing and stuff, we're gonna want to pull back on that quite a bit. So that this ensemble here is making that pretty prominent. And then also this chorus as well. So we're going to back off of that just a tad. Yeah. So I also like this to be a little bit faster. Dope. All right, so the next piece of this is to just quickly do some mid-side stuff. And we're gonna kind of just maybe not, maybe some comb filtering. Hey, Daniel. To end the day. Some good shit. Okay, let's do the generator quickly, and then we will move along. Yeah, I don't think that I'm going to. Okay. With some heavy satanic mechanical elephant roaming into the dark abyss of sound. Something like that. I just realized you can't change the order of that. That's crazy. Joining your stream after a heavy day at work and immediately feel comfortable at home. Listen to the most deep basses ever. Thanks, man. I'm going to try not to spend too much time on this, but we're almost done. So that's good. How are we doing on time anyways? We're about on par for how long it takes to do sound design. Actually, no, we're ahead. Usually I'm at like the 1:30 mark by now. Hey, bro. What's good? Yo, Zane, what's up, bro? Hey, Don. Fuck. That's crazy. All right. Let's go ahead and label all of these. I added a new rack to this, which is kind of like a... Bro, you convinced me to try faceplant? Hopefully not that kind of faceplant. I think everybody should. I don't know of any other synth that you can get this kind of variety with that much ease. Like, I haven't even been live for an hour, and actually that's a little bit of a cheat code, because debating getting the whole package. Why don't you try the subscription for 1 month and see if it's for you? Or I think there's a trial as well, so there's that. But I don't know. This thing is my baby, for sure. It's so good. Yeah, it happens. You know, people fall. I fell a lot yesterday. What was I doing? Right. I don't know. To me, this sounds like... So where can we download your patches for these? On alckemy.com. It should be... Actually, I think the description is fucked. No, it's there. Yeah, alckemy.com. What was I going to do? I was going to label this is what I was going to do. This sounds like a... ultimate death beam. Mid-side generator. I just got the whole package, buying a piece or so at a time, just not for spending too much on one solution, but definitely worth everything. Yeah, I think, like, if you're just gonna buy faceplant, then what I think is absolutely essential is, as far as like the extra packages, is multipass, snap heap, and then like if you picked one effect, it would most likely be oh my god, the convolution reverb. As amazing as Slice EQ is, where you can do like your own custom filters and stuff like this. Like you could definitely get away with just stacking filters as well. Like it's not going to tank your CPU if you do a bunch of bell curves like this, where like you can do the gain and whatever. I do think that you can push the gain of a slice EQ harder, and there's more slope options. But yeah, you can still get away with quite a bit. And I think the nonlinear filter is included now for free, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know for sure, but I think it is. So that would be my recommendation. But I use every single tool in this. There's not one tool on here that I do not use, gain included. I'm just double checking. I'm like, is there anything on here that I don't use? No, I use everything on there. Everything. I can tell you all about it. And yeah, it's dope. So what did I label it? Was it Ultimate Death Beam? I think. Perhaps. Ultimate Death Beam Generator. I want to see you use Transgate. I do use Transgate. Guess I've never seen that. We did it yesterday. Or Monday, sorry. Where's the sub macro routed? This? Just to a rack. So this is one rack, this is a rack, this is a rack. I didn't even remember. I'm glad I'm glad this template had this, because I totally forgot about that. Yeah, most of this stuff down here is for the downbeat, and you can check out my neuro-based masterclasses for that on the channel for the Arcana members and stuff. But what it's meant to do is create that. And then when you add the sub macro with it. Yeah. So, yeah, most of these are just kind of like your general things. What is the most complicated about this entire patch is what's on the inside. So randoms, and it's not even that bad. Like, it's not, the paper trail, it seems like a lot, but it's really not. I guess it kind of is, because it's like a bunch of small shit, but like, gonna go watch the neuro-based masterclass. Big. Yeah. Or we could just spend some time together, Zane, and I can show you everything I know. I mean, I'm happy to do that. Like, you spend so much time with me on my shit. So, hey, chicken, how are you, bro? And it's changed a little bit. Some stuff does need to be updated. Like, I just started doing this little sub rack that I have right here is actually something that Cage taught me from our last lesson. And pretty much what it is the idea of like of shaping harmonics with distortion and EQ. And so like if you take something that is, I'm good, man. If you take like something that's already a chunky waveform and you apply static like peaks and artificial harmonic makers and you send it through a distortion and then you bump the high end, then that's how you can get some cool stuff. And since he taught me that, I've been experimenting with it, and I think that today was like a good result, because the sound still is good on its own, right? And I think it's all about like what you put into it, right? With a nice, but once you kind of send it through the little sub rack, which it's not complicated, there's no modulation on this, but now it just kind of has that like gritty bite. Yeah, and sometimes you get lucky and you get shit like that. It's just like row, 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 row. Like, that's my favorite, man. My favorite. So yeah, see what's going on there with that snap. Yeah. And so the filtering stuff is just to like make it twist and move with like conventional filters, and that's really what it's about, is just filtering and distortion, I guess. And then the generator, yeah. I do that because I'm like doing crazy boosting right here, and the sub is already clean, so this is in parallel, and that's already there. But with this guy, I'm sorry, not that guy, with where the fuck is it? With this stuff, it's overall filtering and then a clean sub. I usually don't touch it, and then everything else is just texture based, so filtering and all that. You can manipulate a chorus and a phaser to like sound vocal, and that's pretty much why I do that right there. And then like on every single rack, there's a mid-side thing that's just extra processing. So if you know how to do this, you just apply it to the mid-side, and that's why I have all these different patches saved. And that's pretty much like a very oversimplified way of how I've curated this patch, or curated patches like these. But if your CPU can handle it, you know, if it can't handle it, it's actually fine. Like I debated on doing like an Eternum Lite, but I'm like, it's not really that big of a deal. You can just turn most of these off if like it's killing your CPU, and then just, you know what I mean? Just use like one at a time or something. It's not that big of a deal. But yeah, this is the newest edition that I started changing to the Eternum thing, and I'm excited to do more patches like this because it's pretty cool. What other stuff do I have? Yeah, the generative thing, I actually stopped doing I stopped doing low pass, or like I stopped breaking it into different frequencies, because I find that when I'm using this, it's going to be in effect anyways. So I just want it to like sound cool. So whenever you turn the generator on or something, like here. Right, like I suppose in theory you could still do this to where you just take everything that's in the low end, but I don't really think it's going to make that big of a difference, to be honest. So let's say you have this one, and then you flip this to everything that's in the high end, and then let's say you just leave it, right? Like this is what you're going to get even if you focus on just the low end. Which, okay, like you could, but most of the interesting stuff happens on the high end anyway. You know, if it sounds good, then it sounds good. If it doesn't sound good, then try not to worry about it. But usually sending your sub through it as well can get you some pretty cool shit. So yeah, and then like the biggest payoff of setting all this shit up is let's map to the move. Yeah, the biggest payoff of all this stuff is like when you get to play between the macros and it actually like does stuff, right? So it actually moves, it actually changes and and transforms over time. I'd say like one of my biggest weaknesses within this stuff is like I love this shit. I am over the moon about these kinds of sounds, but I am not the most equipped, I guess. Like, I feel like in the hands of somebody like you, like physicist or like or even Cage or fuck man, like I sent these patches to Chi, and I just want to see what he can do with them, because I'm sure that he can do some fucking crazy shit. And the goal with this stuff is like, the reason why I put these out for sale isn't like, I mean, yeah, it's become something that, you know, that I can make some cash and pay my bills off of. But like, as far as like a personal thing, I want to send these out to people so that way they can figure out how to make it better. And I'm figuring out how to make it better on the production side of it, of like the actual design, but I'm constantly looking for new ways to pull and get better ideas out of what these things do. And it all stems back to the same idea about like, you know, these are meant for creating mud pies, or are meant for, hey Cantwell, or making or capturing moments of this. But the sounds that come out of it themselves is like, I think that people can come up with better ideas than I can from what I pull from that. I think that's the best way to say that. Maybe not, but that's my philosophy towards it. And like I said, you just get some really cool shit. Yeah, so ultimate death beam. I should probably save that. There we go. Yeah, so we got ourselves a cool little sound. A kick. And we got ourselves a little melody that I wrote. That was supposed to be maybe here. I don't know how that happened, but that's pretty funny. This is just empty. Okay, that's fine. So we'll be building off of that here in just a second. So the next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up EXO, and we are going to I didn't even think about that, but that actually I think is going to be pretty cool. I'm going to change this to something different. Cool. So what we can do with this is go into the edit tab now and make sure that the soft clip is on. We can cut everything below 100 hertz and just boost this like a mother. Cool. And we're going to set this to max. And we've got ourselves a nice little loop to start with. So let's gather all of our little materials now and move this over here, and then we can start to play with a single bar. Hey Puny, what's up, bro? Stuffing myself with ice cream and chilling? What kind of ice cream are you having? It's oddly enough called Netflix and Chill. That's pretty funny. Netflix and chilled. So I'm going to grab these guys here, all the ones that are like that, and try to create some, oh, I guess it's just two of them, but I want to create some space. Okay, I think I like that one the best, so I don't know what happened there, but that's fine. Hello again. So can we expect some neuro stuff from you soon, physicist? He's busy person. Does Bitwig have like a beats warp mode function or something similar? Yeah, so that's what I just did. So if you go to if you go to the sample right here, then there's a few different options. The first one is slice. It will not change if you put it in beats mode, or if you put it in slice mode, it won't change at all, unless if you change the pitch of it. But if you go into stretch HD and then you go into this guy, this is like your beats mode here. And then you, instead of having a value of like 0 to 100%, you do have a little bit less control because it's based off of a grain size. To where you can set it to like small, medium, or big. But another thing that you could do is if you have something like it, and you have to like organize it in a way of like taking like what order of operations comes first. And I think that was probably the biggest adjustment that I had with Bitwig, is that like you can do everything, but the order of operations kind of changes. But what you can do is you can right click and go slice and place. So let's say like you've got just like a regular thing that's in time. Then I'll show you some easy workarounds. But what you can do is go slice into place, and let's say you do it to like 30 seconds, right? Well, you can highlight all of these and cut the tails like this, and just play with how short you want them to be. And then without being destructive, you can join these again, and then you can rewarp them by hitting the tab icon. And so once you have something like this, you can switch this to repitch mode, right? Or we can right? So it makes it a lot easier to, but again, like I said, it's the order of operations. So even though it's not like, oh, I could, it doesn't have the slider for the beats mode or whatever, which I still want. There's still a lot of options that you can do within something like this that makes it relatively, in some cases, better. And the other thing too, oh yeah, that's the other thing too, because this is non-destructive, you can go back into these samples and like switch the sample. So I'm just scrubbing now. And if you want to bounce it, then you can either hit J, which I gave you my shortcuts. So you can either hit J and bounce it to a new track, or I'm going to copy this because I might use this later, but you can just hit Command B, which is bounce in place. And then you can kind of do the same thing to where you set it to repitch as well, and kind of continue to warp this stuff. Yeah. That's actually pretty sick. That's a really cool candidate for a beat as well. Hey, Wiggles. So wait. It's almost there, not quite. So it's yeah, something like this. Right. So tons of shit. Like I said, man, like Bitwig has insane audio warping stuff. And that's not even it, right? Like this isn't even, I haven't even shown you the cool shit. So like within this, because this is non-destructive, you can actually stretch out these samples individually. You can change the pitch of these individually if you wanted to, or you can, you can't bounce it, I guess, but wait, can you? No, but that would be sick. That would be a new cool thing that would be cool, is if you could do that. But yeah, so you can change the warp mode if you want. You can change the pitch. You can, depending on what warp mode you have, you can change the formant. But the other thing is that you have something called operators. So if you want to do repeats, you can pick whatever like little chop you want and then do a repeat here, kind of like so. And you can right click and go slice at repeats. So if you're wanting to do like IDM or glitch or something, right, like you can do that, and then you can scrub through the sample again and find something that works for you and create little spaces in between. So like you could literally make a whole fucking tune just out of like chopping in, a little percussive loop, and Bitwig caters to that, which is great. Yeah, you could do this and then duplicate it if you wanted to. and maybe make this one longer. Change the fade and hit reverse. Is there a way that you can automate the start time of sample in each cut? You could... Wait, is there a way you can automate the start time of the sample in each cut? You can generate a permanent random perk. I don't think so. You could do it in sampler, but it's in audio, so it's bound by the timeline. It will not trigger unless if something is playing because it's in audio. But yeah, there's tons of MIDI stuff that you can do to, like, you can put something in a sampler and it's not anything like groundbreaking, but you can change the sample start. So let's say you took this whole drum groove and then you put it in the sampler, then you can jump that around to work with sampler. Yeah, that's something that I have a video on. So I have this thing called like the ultimate sampler or whatever, and if you were to toss something into this, the playhead is here, and so when you hit random, you can have the playhead jump. I know I used it to make it, oh, okay, well, yeah. Well, just being thorough as well, because some other people might want to know, but yeah. So now I'm going to simplify this beat just a little bit to try to make it a little bit cleaner. Power just came on. Sorry, bro. It's terrible. I'm going to set this one off just a little bit as well. And this one as well. Go ahead and drop these in our fundamentals. Bro, stop. Just this one. Fuck. Let me take that melody here and see if we can make that mend the melody. Yo, thanks for coming in, bro. Always good to see you. Sorry I'm not talking much. I'm just kind of trying to get into the groove. Yeah, I'm kind of just, I'm not really drawing any patterns in particular, just kind of doing like a, and then once you make something, then you can kind of be like, all right, I know that this creates a lot of noise or a lot of buzz, but like once you get to this harmonic series, like you pretty much can't hear it anyways, so it's kind of useless. But I'd say anywhere from the first to the 100th, maybe 200th harmonic. I wish there was a way, like a simple tool or something that you could like click on this and then it doesn't look like you can, but like, I don't know, or a keyboard shortcut. Whereas like if you held shift or something, then you can do like only odd harmonics or like only even harmonics or like every other, or like, so I don't know, some kind of cool keyboard shortcut like that would be sick. But, and yeah, as far as I know, I don't think that you can do that, but, yeah, something else that I learned with making metallic stuff is if you remove the first harmonic, then you'll end up getting some cooler, more metallic stuff as well. Yeah, so. Yeah, so maybe a small delay. Yeah. I probably want to choose one of these as opposed to them being random every time. Yeah, I like the first one the best, so resampling. Why? It's great. It is. It's incroyable. I have commitment issues. I think I'm going to remove some. That might help. Alright, that one's a little too early. Does resampling make the track more static where you're not changing any modulation sounds anymore? Well, no, you just capture the modulation. he is right. You freeze, but it's always the same sound instead of it different every time. Well, there's yeah, but you have to think about context, right? Like if you are playing a tune, like I don't overthink this. I used to a lot, but I don't overthink it that much anymore. But like if you are playing a tune, right, and it's donezo, like you want it to be the same. But if you're just playing it on loop like this, then and you just want it to be that, then like okay, like yeah, it could be random every time, but like just just make a decision, right? Make a decision. And a lot of times whenever I do stuff, like I don't there's certain things that I'll leave in MIDI and certain things that I won't leave in MIDI because of I guess like you can think of like a tier system, okay? So what I mean by that is if I wanted to do a fill right here, I'm going to delete all the automation on this, but then I can just turn this off, turn this on, and go generator. And now I don't care what this is going to be. I just know that I want to fill there because it's about placement. So now whenever this goes, it's going to be something different. And when I'm ready, I'll bounce it. But to me, it's not about the sound itself. It's about the compositional tool. Why do you want to, it's not about the sound that you put there. It's about why do you want to put something there? Right? Right? So now that we have something like that, we can kind of use that as a phrase builder. Like you need to have some kind of call and response when when you start doing stuff like this. And when you have that, then that's when you can start to make the subtle and minute changes, right? So now that we do have something like this, I can start to change this into like something that's more complicated. So hold on, let me listen to this really quick. You know, so we can add something there, maybe something metallic. This is already saturated and stuff, so and has chorus on it, so I'm just gonna bounce this. Sweet. Right? It doesn't need to be like crazy, but just enough to I fucked up. 'Cause that's supposed to be here. Just enough to add a little bit of interest. It's crazy, by the way. Thank you. Appreciate that. You have the baseline constantly modulated and filtered. In this genre, it's all about groove. And the thing is that this bass is constantly modulated. That's why I built this, right? This is not a static bass. It's just you're used to hearing it. Right, so you're just, your ears are used to it, but it constantly has movement within it. Yo, honestly, it's because people like fucking Zane Wolf coming to the chat and you know, doing lessons with Cage has been life changing for me. How many ideas generate in my mind when the beat is building from expert hands? I always get stuck in the previous phase of production, sadly. And what, sound design? Kind of miss Infinite Corridor era, but it's what makes you happy. I still make tunes like that though. Like on the album, yeah, on the album I have Gray Fox, and then what's it called? And then the first track was like a reminisce of all that, of that like style of production. Reanimate, the first tune. So it's still there. Yeah, so well, it depends, and the intuition part comes from just trying to be like, oh, I want to make it as groovy as possible. That's like the number one priority for anything, right? So even with this, like, I'm actually pretty happy with the way that this sounds in particular. Whoop. But with this kind of stuff, like, and you talk about like automation and stuff. Oh man, sorry, dude. Took a shower. Yeah, so with this kind of stuff, like, you can automate simple effects now over time to make it more interesting. So if you turn the depth up and the delay down or something, right? So we can kind of just take like one of these little sections right here and create like cool little fills and stuff. So like macro 2, right? Something like this. And now you're creating those variations. Right, so right here would be a cool place as well to, you know, do like a cool little fill. And then you just kind of like, let me think about a way that I can put this in a tangible means, because like the truth of the matter is that you feel it. And the more that you practice a sense of groove, the more that this is going to benefit you, I guess, long story short. But when you're trying to teach yourself this kind of stuff, like, if you can create spaces, then you will find the interpretation. That's okay. There we go. That's the best way I can teach it. Right. But as a means of like, yeah, I totally agree, of like listening to people like Dylan and stuff and like taking inspiration from it. But like as a means of teaching yourself like how to build intuition in general, listening for the spaces in between rhythms. So creating pockets. So like if you have like a bunch of stuff that's like smeared over itself, then a lot of times like you can't hear anything in between, right? It's just a matter of like mess. So if you give yourself little pockets and you start with things that are simple, that's the first thing. And then the second thing is make your main elements as big as possible, because a lot of times, I don't know about you all, but like, if something feels empty, you want to add more to it. But if your kick is full, if your snare is full, if like your percussion is nice and full and stuff, then you're going to start feeling it already. And it doesn't have to be complicated. Like, I think it was a few months ago, but I was asking Zane, I was like, yo, so in your opinion, in order to establish like a really funky groove or like something that grooves really well, how many elements do you need? And I think like, I'm going to just kind of answer it because I'm speaking, but he said two elements, sometimes one, right? If you have a conga or something, right? You start to hear stuff with it, right? Right? So like then you're like, oh, it's all about groove. And the biggest thing that I have found is that whenever I start arranging tunes, the biggest, like the number one thing that I'm trying to go for is find something that gets me into a groove, because that teaches me, or that helps me find stuff that I'm wanting to make. If I'm like hyper focused on trying to make a bass work, it usually doesn't fucking work. If I'm hyper focused on trying to make a snare work, it usually doesn't fucking work out. And I usually don't like it. But if you are just focused on, you know, something that like, like a percussive loop or something, and something that really gets you into it, then you start to be able to hear the stuff that is going to complement it. And it takes time, right? It takes time and practice, but that's just how I interpret it. And I'm not the blueprint. I hope that you all know that. Like the people that I look up to are the blueprint. Go listen to Chi. Just go listen to Chi and listen to how he like implements spaces like in such an incredible way. And that's why I still continue to try to make music like that, because it's not even about like style and era and whatever. It's about the mastery of time and space that I fucking admire the shit out of. And everybody from South Africa does it, apparently. But that is what I love. That is what I love about their electronic music. Never mind the crazy aesthetic and the sound design stuff, right? Because on paper, I'm fine with sound design. There's still some things I can't sound design. Like I have trouble making cool like metallic pluck leads and stuff, like you know, things like that. But for drums and for the most part of bass, I'm like, oh, I'm okay. But that's all I spend my time doing is drums and bass. So my melody work is lacking. Dun, 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 dun. Mm-hmm. It's tonal drums, if you will. If only made a genre based on drums and bass. creative ice. Treat your melodies as tonal drums. Like, I try, but I think it's like it's a mixing problem, a texture problem, and like a space problem of like, and I know that it's like it's open to interpretation, but yeah, it's a problem. It's hard. It's hard. More important than the chords. Most of the time, like, I don't always even have chords, but I agree with you. But yeah, a lot of times I don't even have chords in my tunes. For some reason, this won't snap, and it's pissing me off. When I write in stream chats, the rhythm of the melody is more important than the chords. Fully coherent. Like, have those notes there play on the snare hits in that little glitch part. Yeah, they're playing on the snare. Oh, you're talking about right there. Yeah, and a lot of times when I do, if I were to, like, I didn't think of that myself, but if I do stuff like that, then I like to move stuff out of the way. So now we can kind of make space to do something cool right here. Yeah, like, that's cool. Oh, that's actually pretty sick. I like that a lot because that's a more simplified version of what I was trying to do in the first. So, like, figuring out what to do next, right? When you create anticipation like this, with a dun 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 dun, right? Then with this, right, you can create another version of this. Wait, did I? Yeah. So with this, you can create another version of this, or you can just do like automation or something. It doesn't really matter, but you can. That sounds pretty cool. Maybe we can distort that on the end. Sometimes I do, I don't know. I haven't really, all right. Why not? 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 Let's see what this is. This might be loud. Well, that sounds pretty sick. Going to put a comb filter. Okay. Fuck. Can it make techno groove with a rhythm like halftime? Yeah, sure. Fuck. I put the snare in the wrong place. It's one thing you have to be careful of is don't put audio on your group tracks. Fuck. Because if you do, then you might lose the sample. But that's okay. It's not that big of a deal. Yeah, John Hawkins. That's a great example of people that do crazy. So now what we can do is, I don't know, just try some more shit and take all of this and do like an 808 or something. Hey Schneider. Every time I read your name, I think of Castlevania 64. Lots of the inaccuracy. Hope you're doing great. Is there any good piano and Bitwig presets? Yeah, there's a grand piano that sounds pretty good. I've been streaming 4 days a week for the past 2 years. 3-4 days a week, sometimes 5. Okay, so now we're gonna try to create some harmonics. Actually, what I might do is I might just pull up that rack that we made earlier today. Ultimate Death Beam. I guess it's and Snap Heap. Ultimate Thrice Cream. Ultimate Thrice Cream. Ultimate Thrice Cream. You guys remember that from Chowder? Kind of want it to sound like hollow, like so I might see if I can give this just a little bit of flair. Nice, nice. Drop that loop in Discord? Which loop? I'm gonna flip something, try to put it on quickly. The boop womp 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 womp. Just this. Hold on one sec. Oh, with the drums? Okay. You want the whole thing? Okay. Hold on one sec. Hold on one sec. There you go. I think it needs to be a little bit more staccato, because I'm gonna want to layer or like establish more onto this at some point, but it sounds pretty cool so far. Maybe we can give it just a little bit of 90. Time for me to go to bed. It's been a pleasure, Alckemy, as always. Yeah, thank you so much for coming in. Yeah, appreciate it as always. Did I ever play RuneScape or Habbo Hotel? No, I never played RuneScape. Yeah, it's 90. Club Penguin? Yeah. Definitely play Club Penguin. I haven't even resampled any drum stuff yet. Okay, so I'll probably do that now with the drums, because I feel like that's what's most appropriate for this. Hmm? So we're going to do this a couple of times just to give us some stuff to work with. And then I'm going to do this again with something else. Maybe with that death thing that we made. See if we get anything interesting out of it. Ultimate Death Beam Generator 9000. B was in sync and in key with mine. That's dope. I stayed up last night pretty late working on this thing with Cage. If you guys didn't know, by the way, oh yeah, sorry, hold on. Let me tell you all. Sample Genie is having open demo submissions up until January 30th, so you still have, well, a little less than 2 weeks. But hold on. Yeah, so if you all are interested, then here's the link right here. Inquiries at samplegenie.co.uk with demo in the subject. But I think Cage and I are going to try to work on something together where we submit something. So last night I was trying to just whip something up. It actually came out pretty decent. I don't want to get too sidetracked, but I just came up, like, I just did like a 2-hour like idea sketch and wanted to give him something because we haven't even like conceived an idea or anything. But yeah, people are like, yo, when are you gonna make drum and bass? And I'm like, well, shit, I guess now. Yeah. It's really silly, but it's just, you know. Yeah, so just sent him a quick little demo thing or whatever. It was just like, hey, here's something to spitball, but I'm sure he's gonna hate it because I know him. But I thought it would be kind of cute just to be like, hey, here's something. Having a really hard time. This thing is not cooperating with snapping. Oh, like that's cool. Like that's kind of cool. We can probably place that over some snares. Or even do like a lead in like this. Let's see what we got. Let me download this real quick. Into Eyes Wide. How did you do that? No, that was cool. Yeah, I think that that's something that we could play with. Sorry. I just fucking cough fest. Duplicate, goddammit. I'm just gonna like put a bunch of shit on here and then see how it pans out, and if it works then great, if it doesn't then I'll kind of mix around it. But I'm not really too concerned about like making the groove, or sorry, like making it absolutely perfect. It's more of like, all right, well, let's try to interact these sounds together and then see how they pan out. Try this one rather. Hold on one sec. I mean, I can work with this. Like, it's something. I would probably want to distort it more, but oh God, that's loud. Yeah, like I can already hear there's a cool interaction right here somewhere. And that's like, I think that's the funnest thing about making music, is like when you create a sick interaction. The silence is there on purpose? All right. Well. That makes it a little bit harder to work with, though. Sorry, I had when the download thing came up, it took chat off. But is this supposed to fit on the snare? Or is it supposed to be right before? Or like what, I guess, what beat is that supposed to be on? The main chord hits on the 2. gonna put a phalange on this and see if I can make it flare. Dude, peach rings are evil. There's like, I recently rediscovered them, and it's a problem. Okay, so there needs to be some kind of space right here because like we need a way to introduce that idea. So maybe something of like a let me see here. Let me see here. There we go. So yeah, as opposed to like, sometimes as opposed to just like slapping it, I would try pitching it down, but maybe that destroys the mood. You can check if you can vibrate. I think I can make most stuff work. Most stuff. But I think it'd be kind of cool to just again like play around with different you know, different shit like this, or I think you can tell what I'm going for, right? But something kind of like that, of like, might take me a bit, but maybe I could do something like Big Sky or whatever. Like when you introduce an idea like that, I think that that's one of the most helpful things, is to try to give it like a give it an intro, right? Zane's Lee joins the brawl. Then maybe I could move this away a little bit while we Do I still own headphone monitors for the late night sessions when the partner has to rest? No, luckily, I mean I do, but luckily she can't. She sleeps right through it. But I still have HD 600s. I'm actually planning on sending these to Cage, but he won't give me his address, so I can see why. So I'm going to move this to a new thing here and see if I can create something metallic out of this. That's pretty cool. So like I'm thinking like na 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 na. Maybe I should use more pitch shifters, but this would be an excellent time to change up the snare again, right? So I think I'm going to just take that drum beat and try to make it whatever. I'm getting a little ambitious for the speed at which I was wanting to work, but that's okay. The method you use for extracting percussion from bass is really cool. Gives dope results if you resample part of the tune too. Yeah, I mean, resampling anything, right, if you have the right effects, can give you so much. But it kind of like you kind of have to be careful because sometimes it can change the timbre of the overall tune, if that makes sense. well, that worked. That sounds pretty cool. And maybe there's something else here that we can kind of toss in. And that's why, like, it's nice to just, like, have shit over here at some point, because you might find happy accidents like that. Like, that's another happy accident. It's pretty sick. A little bit off. I think I'm gonna do that on this other. What else I'm gonna do? What else I'm gonna do? Have you all seen that? The Conor McGregor. It's fucking hilarious, but it's the Conor McGregor like shadow boxing warm up, and he's just like doing nothing. Somebody's like, tag, you it. Tag, you it. It's fucking hilarious. So I think I'm going to break these up as well. Just join some Saruta vibes. Well, Zane just came in and just dropped a bomb, so. Yeah, that was from Saruta. Or from Zane. Oh no, that's fine. I can make this a little early. The whole thing. The staccato thing. remove this for a sec and get into the triplet grid. Oh, that's why that turned itself off. Wait. Clips have groove now? Nearly done with this pack. I need to get out on the new shiz. Yeah, for sure, man. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. This has grooves now? What the fuck? There's a global groove on that you can set on the master like project, and if you look, this is in triplets, but if you turn this on, it will sound like this, which is not supposed to. If you turn the groove off, so I didn't know that if you have like different clips and stuff within like a consolidated thing, then you can apply a groove to it. I feel like I knew that. I also feel like I didn't, so I don't know, but whatever. But cool. It was surprising in a good way. So. Do 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 do. No, cause I usually know what I'm going for. Some kind of vocal or something right there would be cool. At this point, we're just into cutting clips and shit, right? But so I'm actually gonna bounce out another snare, I think. I gotta behave like your best and bounce. Like you're being bounced. Nice hanging out. Oh, alright. See you, bro. Thanks for coming in. And hello, Avin. Yahoy! Here we go. What I usually do when I get stuck, start resampling. And if I get like really stuck, then I just do like an emergency arrangement. That's what I call it. I'm just going to put a neuro bass fill here for a second. The emergency arrangement would be categorized as when like I'm ready to give up, and as opposed to just being like I'm not gonna fuck with this anymore or whatever. Like I'm just gonna do a quick arrangement and kind of cool. No, it'd be like, excuse me. It would be like where you just like force a beginning, a middle, and end. And that's why I always start with the main idea, because at least here, like I could just repeat this, right? Like this idea is already solid to me, so I could just repeat that a couple of times and fade it out. But with this other stuff, right, I'm just like having cool little fills and like making it a little bit more interesting, but keeping the same motif and stuff. Like if I start getting burnt out or something, I can just be like, just end it. Just end the tune. And I tend to favor shorter tunes anyways, because what's it called? Because for one, it doesn't take as much time to arrange. Two, it's a beat, right? So it doesn't need to be anything complicated. There we go. That's why if adaptive grid isn't on, then the snapping sucks. I don't like listening to the same thing for 5 minutes. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Is just like alright, that had some cool stuff in it. Then how do you make a tune without listening to find what's wrong over and over? Because that could take up to hours. I think they're saying like a finished song, right? It's different if you're working on it, but it's different if you're listening to somebody else do it. What do you do when you listen to your track too much? It starts to sound like meaningless noise. That's the same question that you just asked. To answer it differently, I would say just keep putting stuff on and keep adding in moving things. When you get used to your track, you stop hearing mistakes. There's no such thing as mistakes when you're making music. Yeah, that sounds dope. Whoa, a month? Think about how many, like, how easy it could be to move on if you did something different. Yo, see you, Darwin. Excuse me. popcorn. Mo. Yo, what the fuck? Thanks, dude. think I jumped the gun a little bit too early and need to finish this call and response. Oh, we have that other sound that we didn't use through the rest of the tune. Somewhere over here. That sounds like that I Can Dream song. You know what I'm talking about? How do you know? It depends. I think like for me, it's trying to find a balance between like wanting to have cool and interesting moments in between without losing the groove. But it's always going to depend. It's going to depend on the genre and the person. Done trying to make bangers. I'm all about boingers and blammers. Frequency dependent is probably the best way. And then also trying to find an instrument that fits within the same world. Like this doesn't fit. So I'm gonna have to change it into something that will hopefully be a little bit more. I think that's pretty cool. You can also incorporate melody through basses and stuff, right? Like this is pretty much taking up almost the entire frequency range that only really drums are allowed to like cut through the mix. So the like, you know, that's something that you can easily do. You can also like create a specific section for a melody. So like through the midst of chaos, whenever you have something, you can just like really focus on cutting all of your reverb tails, cutting all of your percussion, cutting everything except for just that track. And that's why I like making this kind of music, because it's relatively dry. It doesn't have a lot of, it has a bit of space, but not that much. And so you really have a lot more play and a lot of wiggle room. And the trade-off is that you have to be crafty with how you utilize the space. But the other side to it is that it makes the individual moments matter so much more. Like you could have a garage tune that's just like washy percussion and, you know, a respace and, you know, like vocal chops that's kind of fading in and out and ambient and stuff. And it sounds like cool and dreamy. But when you make this kind of music, it's like everything has this really hard push and pull, you know, you know, and like every single call and response like has an anticipation for me. You know, every single moment has something that I'm like, oh, or every bar, every phrase seems like I want to do something a little bit different, right? Even though it's still kind of keeping the same groove. And that's what makes this stuff super fun. So now we can kind of just take the, the same idea of something like this. And then we can kind of change this up a bit. Excuse me. We also need to move these into this guy. Creating contrast, right? So we've got this saw thing here. This snare is lower. So now we kind of have this little fill, and then when we get to this part, I will say that on this as well, we need something here to like kind of skip into this part. Let's see how that fares against the whole thing. Yeah, so I think something like that would work. And we can kind of just pull that in. Thanks. Do I have specific groups in XO pre-saved? Not necessarily. Like I have a few, but usually what I do is just set up like the swing and the nudge right here as my default. And then I'll just go like this and just close my eyes and take a look and whatever happens. And then from there, I'll cycle through drums. And then if I need different beats or something, I'll just program them with the random. But primarily it's just, I almost exclusively use XO just for, what's it called? Just for percussion. Change this to a different color so I can see what the fuck I'm doing. 1, 2, 3. So I think if I slice this to 1/8, should be good. No, undo, redo. That didn't work. 1/16 then. There we go. So I'm just going to make the tails on these a little bit shorter and give some moments of silence in between. The lead someone sent you, is it okay to have very brief moments like that without it being referenced compositionally anywhere else before and after? Yeah, of course. Like you can kind of like give subtle references to it or use it in foreshadowing. So for example, like and it depends on like how you transform it as well, right? Because we have the na 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 na, right? We can even use that motif as well, which might be kind of cool right here to kind of finish up something melodically. But I'm using that same sound as a riser. So, and then that other thing that we had here, just as like a one-off. Back. I need a snack. So, I mean, yeah, we can kind of just finish this up. 2 or more separate projects into one track. Stem it. Well, have all your main elements in one specific section. And like you can what's it called? You can theoretically like just put everything in one. But what some people have told me when making stems is to like separate all your dry elements and then any reverb stems that you have, like put those separately. I usually don't really care about that, but try to get it in like as few stems as possible and then just line them up. If you have 2 projects open in Bitwig, you can literally just drag and drop though. I forgot about that because I never do it, but yeah, we forgot. So I think what I'm going to do here is just create some ambience. Hey Artifacts, how are you, bro? Right on. We're kind of doing the same. Just working on an intro for this obscure thingy. I like some of the stuff in here, and maybe I'll use it later, but maybe not yet. Also, I'm going to move this back over here. And then I'm going to toss some snap up into it and get some other texture and stuff. And that's really kind of just what we're looking for, is textural things that will give it some life and some character. Stuff like that. That's actually pretty sick. Maybe we'll just use that. It's not what I meant to do, but. I mean, we made it work. I think that I could probably use some of this other stuff in here. I also wanted to add something there as well, because I thought it would be cool to. But that like that part is cool, but actually no, I can just do the same thing that I did from before. just comes down with studying arrangement and structure, right? I would say that's where you should start, is be like, all right, well, right, you should, how do you say, like, sometimes in long arrangements you want a long intro because you want that to be the first song that DJs play, right, with a big intro. Sometimes you want to just get to the point with the beats. In this particular case, like, I am trying to a lot of times, like, I'm trying to make music for tricking, right? So I like to get to the point as quickly as possible. How much time is this? You need to make sure that your intro set up the stage correctly, right? But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this is like 16 bars, realistically. But 8 bar intro is, or I guess, yeah, 16 bar intro is kind of the max that I usually go for. Like, if you listen to anything from Halftime in general, usually the intros don't have like a super long, you know, whoosh, woo, brr. I'm like, just get to the point, get to the point. So 16 bars is a great place to start, but it also comes down to intention, right? If you are trying to tell a story, then you can take your time. If you're trying to get to a beat, then don't waste your time, you know, just figure out the fastest and like the easiest and the fastest way to like build up hype and be like, all right, here we go. We're going on a ride. Ready? Yeah, let's go. Yeah, let's go. Right? Something like that of the sort. So, yeah. I don't know. At the end of the day, you could just do a fade in, right? Like, that totally works. Absolutely 100% works. That's getting on my nerves. Get the fuck out of there. Yeah, you know what? I think that I can actually just get away with doing this. And literally make this 8 bars. Heard that somewhere in here that I thought would be cool. I think it was right there, so. Fills are great. that do that. Really just want to splash. Sartrate. All right, what do you guys think? 4.5 hours. At least got the arrangements done. I could tell that there's a lot of, how do you say, interpretation that needs to be filled in, but that's okay. It doesn't have to have all the bells and whistles. I think for the most part, just getting the idea across is, ouch, is what's important. But yeah, we did the thing. So there's that. Does anybody have any questions or anything else that you all want to discuss? I think Friday, very good. I think intro could be more fleshed out and outro is just a fade. Yeah. What makes a good outro? Do you just outroduce the elements out? No, you just end the song. That's all it has to be. Like you don't need to, like I said, unless if you're doing like storytelling or something, I don't really think that it's that important to I don't think it's that important to like work on like crazy elaborate intros and outros, right? It's about how you're setting up the picture. If you're just doing a beat, like I think that simple is better. If you look at like, I'm trying to think like, and the inspirations that I have most of the time, like they don't have this crazy like, you know, everything is calming down nicely and is going to let you off gently. It's like, no, you have this like riser of like, yo, the last turnaround is coming up, and then that signifies that the beat is done, and then you can kind of just move on to the next, like you can move on to the next thing or whatever, right? What are some of my inspiration? They come in the channel a lot. So, well, some people do, but Cage and she are really, really kind of the blueprints right now. As far as like music that I really enjoy making, the Cage and she, Zane comes in. He makes really awesome halftime music, really cool beats. But if you want to go back further to like what their inspirations are, then listening to Madlib, J Dilla, MF Doom, Flying Lotus. Good outro makes you want to listen to the track again. Depends though from person to person what exactly it is. It's closer in question unanswered, UTC. Yeah. I don't know. There's a lot you could say, right? An outro is an outro more than anything. It is a way to end the song. What it's supposed to do is open for interpretation, but that's kind of up to you, you know? But yeah, I just love halftime music. Ivy Lab, I love beats, and that's kind of my thing. Is I just like making beats like that, and I like making like cool kicks and snares, and then like hearing it come together and like jamming out and grooving, and then making some cool neuro bass fills or whatever is kind of my thing. And I have a good time with it. And then sometimes I want to do like super experimental music, which I do from time to time, but yeah, at some point I need to do the IDM masterclass anyway. Maybe I'll do that this weekend, but yeah, I don't know. I think it's just fun. I just want to create stuff that I could groove to and throw some backflips to, and then I'm good to go. Speaking of, yeah, I think the intro is fine too. It introduces the main element of the tune, which is the melody is kind of carried throughout. Right? Yeah, right? So like it has a cool little groove. It's got something to jam out to in the beginning. It's got a couple of little like fills. Then the very end is something that you can kind of, right? Something that kind of like has more consistency throughout. And I think that's like generally how a lot of my arrangements go, if that makes sense. Like I try to do stuff that starts off consistent, then has a moment in the middle that's really high energy, really big breaky and stuff, and then at the end it's just something that like kind of lets you ride out the rest of the rhythm or the rest of the groove. I've noticed that. But yeah, yeah. I think I've noticed that I've been running into a lot of like roadblocks and stuff again because I'm trying new stuff, and that's why. And not in a bad way, but like I'm trying new stuff, and like it's putting me into more like, like pieces of things that don't work, and so that means that I'm growing. I think is what's important. But I was just thinking about like this track kind of reminds me of Soul Steel, and I'm like, what did I do different here? And I'm like, oh, okay, well, I've got these little grooves and I've got these little pockets and stuff to where like you switch up the snare and all that. And I love that. That's one thing that I absolutely love to do is like when you have a groove or something and then you switch the snare or you like change the drum beat just on a whim, even though it's the same motif or whatever. Like that's one of my favorite things about this kind of music. I don't know anybody else that does that other than the South African people. But it's something that I definitely want to master. Like if you listen to anything from Chi, like it's so fucking cool because he has a groove, right? That's like, and then he'll switch up that snare and then he'll be like, and then it'll go into a completely different thing to where it's like a clap and it's like, whoa, we're over here. And the reason why I like it is because for one, it keeps variety within the same motif, but two, it creates such a dynamism of drums, but it doesn't toss the groove, and the focus is on the drums still. Like most tunes either have one or two snares, right? They're either doing something that's just a consistent snare the entire time, or they have something that's going like, snare, clap, snare, snare, clap, snare, snare, clap, snare, or, something like that. And so to really just have like 4 or 5 different beat ideas fit within a single arrangement is like, obviously it's a bite and I'm perfectly fine admitting that, but it's a skill that I want to get better at. And it's also a matter of like placement and arrangement of how to make that work. And those are just like my personal notes for me with this whole thing, because at the end of the day, like I'm, you know what I mean? I think that this is something that even though the mix is shit, I don't hate it. It's cool. I'm like, I'll listen to this again for sure. But I'm trying to think about things that I'm learning from this exercise. Hey, Bootning. And things that I am taking away in which to grow. Because that's the thing, right? Is like, if you're not growing, like if I'm just making the same tune over and over again, then it's not that much fun. But yeah, I don't know, man. It's interesting. One more time for the road, and then I'll take a couple more questions if anybody has anything. But other than that, I don't really have anything else that I want to do today. I did a whole tune in 4.5 hours, so there's that. I mean, yes, it needs work, but we did the whole arrangement, so. It's cracker time. Well, that's another beat in the books. Does anybody have any questions on anything? Or is there anything that you would like to discuss or talk about? Talkie. What makes an intro boring? Something that doesn't build energy. That's hilarious. So he creates a strong groove, adds elements that supports or try to deceive it, but the groove is so distinct and strong, it keeps you as a listener in the groove, right? Yeah, and it's like, it's weird because his sections are short. A lot of times not always, but a lot of times his sections are really short, but where he takes you, like, elevates it. Elevates the energy, elevates, and then he might reset it. Like, Trailblazer is an amazing representation of that, right? Super simple intro. That's how much I sit. That's how much I sit. Right? And then it builds, and then it goes, and it just like gets better and better. And it's just like, oh my fucking gosh. So when I think of tunes or like how I want my arrangements to be, like I want it to be that level of bringing energy, as opposed to just like adding in some shakers for energy, right? Or like adding in a ride for emphasis. It's not about that. It's about starting with a very kind of simple idea and then just making it bigger. And that's something that I really admire about music and stuff, or about that particular tune. I'm trying to think what other tunes do that really well. Swollen is a really good tune. Yeah, that's a fucking amazing tune. Yeah, I don't know. But like I said, at the end of the day, it's just practicing beats in general. And like those arrangements are only as good as the first beat that you lay down, right? So if you start off with a shitty beat or something in the first place, then it's not going to get much better than that. But yeah, I don't know. Everybody, if you could do me a favor and like the video, that'd be awesome. I'm going to be spending tomorrow editing, so no more streams on Thursdays, but I will be here Saturday. So we're kind of switching that out. I think Saturday will be like the fun day, right? Where we just kind of like fuck around and do whatever. So maybe Monday, Wednesday, Friday, I'll stay on task for trying to produce and like make music for myself. And then Saturday we'll do fun things like the different challenges or whatever. I'm thinking maybe Saturday I could, maybe Saturday I'll like fix your project or something. That could be fun for the members or something, but I would want people to show up. I don't know. We'll see. In any case, much love to you all. Thank you so much for being here. I'm going to stretch, eat some food. I'm going to play some Call of Duty because I'm fucking tired. If you guys like the basses and stuff, check out alckemy.com and check out the new YouTube channel. The link is in the description for tricking stuff. Much love, everybody. I will see you all Friday. Where is OBS? There you be. Okay, bye, everybody.